Welcome to the stream. A person you know, welcome to the stream. Welcome. How are you guys doing, man? How are you guys doing? This is Joy. Welcome to the stream. How are you? How are you today? Jesus, music is loud in my freaking ears. Drop it down a little bit. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing? Today, we're picking up and we're making the winner of the cup vote. The winner of the cup vote. You can see it right here. Amphibian won the cup vote. The first official cup vote. Actually, we already had Snurth, but we're gonna pretend that Snurth was never there. Even though it is in the Happy Meals pack, of course. Heirloom is in the pack already, but we're gonna have to remove it before we launch it because Heirloom needs to win first. But we at least have the model already. But we have Snurth now, we have Sceptor. And this is what I was working on yesterday. I believe I will fix this one first and then we'll get to the modeling part. If you guys don't mind. Paint tool. Where is the eye though? That doesn't do the trick either. Let me turn on the shadows. It's not the right one either. Not the right one either. We've painted the wrong cube, I believe. I don't understand. Why does this eye work and the other one doesn't? It does look silly in this pose for sure. I don't understand why this doesn't click. I don't understand. I really don't understand. I believe it's not in the middle, maybe. But it's so strange. It is really strange that this thing I really don't know why he does that. Because it doesn't connect right there. I'm so dumbfounded. Let's play some different music. Because I need to think. Why? Why doesn't it go over the head shape like this one does. And this one can't. Like there it works. Why doesn't it work right there? Like it's supposed, like what it just did right there. Like it connects to the point. So why does it go over there, but it doesn't go over the edge right here? I really don't know. And it needs to do that because it's the face. It's the most important feature. What the hell? Like we at least know it's not in the middle, I guess. I was a guy who had Alex in the username. Hey, of course, Alex. Of course I remember you. I really want to fix this, but it seems like I just can't. It just seems like I can't fix this. Because it just doesn't want to do it. And I just really don't know why. Because look at this. This is how the eye is supposed to work. This is how the eye is supposed to work. And it needs to just go over the edge. Just like that. So you would argue that if I just copy it, it would go over it. And it would be on the exact same side. And it wouldn't stick out like that. Oh, this is triggering me so freaking hard, man. Okay, I will skip this thing because it makes me angry. It makes me angry. Let's continue. Let's start actually modeling. Because I don't know how to fix that. And it will be boring to see me watch that. Trying to fix that for the entire stream. So let's go and grab ourselves the Charmander 1. And make a new Bedrock entity. Felian. I never remember how to actually spell this name. It's my own Pokemon, but I don't remember how I did the spelling. Amphileon. Yes, that's exactly right. Where's everyone nowadays? What happened? I remember there used to be at least 15 people watching. Now there's less than 5 for some reason. Well, it's early. It's early in the morning. And we are doing a comeback. Let's actually spawn this mother trucker in first. To get a skill for the Pokemon. Alright, so this should be the skill. Size template. And we should follow that quite dearly. Alright, so put that on there. He has quite a big head. So we gotta make sure that he does have it in our model as well. Gabriel, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You just missed me getting angry. Getting angry by the stupid model that just wouldn't work. I'm not yet sure how I will do the face. I'm not yet sure how the face will be modeled. Let's actually drop it a bit higher. Should it be something like this? I believe so. But should it be the entire face? Or should it only be this part? I believe it should only be that part. So this would be the face. That seems about right. I do need to extend the pivot point a bit more to the back then to test. We can actually group this and name it jaw. And we got a pivot point. Got a pivot point, and we gotta find the area that it needs to curve off of, so it looks good like that. It does clip into it, which is fine, because we can just inflate this piece. 0.1. And look at that. That's a jaw for you. We now have a jaw to work with. You can just reset it right there. Beautiful. Jaw is in place. His eyes are quite big, and I believe they should be more in the frontal area. Can you guys name a Pokemon that looks? It's everything. Yeah, exactly. It's 10-13 for me. Can you guys name a Pokemon that exists that might resemble this one? Like Quagsire does resemble it a little bit, but it of course has dots as eyes. Because I want to look at some reference. I want to look at some references for the eyes, because usually with my practice, Ekans, that's a good one. Because these models need to be good, right? For my practice models like these, I only limit myself to 30 minutes. And for this one, it actually turned out to be a little bit more than 30 minutes, because yeah, look at the amount of details. And the wings are horrible. That's something I really have to get better at. But yeah, wings are difficult. That's something I suck at. But I feel like the bodies are starting to look pretty decent. I feel like there's definitely some issues here that just don't look as good. But I feel like my latest models that I made actually look pretty good. Like this one, I don't really see much wrong with it, to be honest. It might not be as good as the official models, not nowhere near there yet. But I would argue that it does look like the Pokemon we want it to resemble. This one as well, right? I think these guys look really good. I'm not sure about if we have to if these limbs need to well, what's the word? Rotate like that in order to look good. Because how does Charmander look in game? Well, it does rotate a little bit, but not as much as we did. So they usually work with like a block and a block. They're way more just blocky. Hey, Stella Katsuda, welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Good to see you, man. I didn't play Legend CA, and the reason why I did not play Legend CA is because it just didn't grab me. Look at the model, by the way. I made a little trophy for the winner. I'm doing fine. Good to know, man. Good to hear. The reason why I didn't play that game was that I felt like there wasn't much in the game that brought me in. I really like new Pokemon, and it didn't have any new Pokemon. And of course you could argue that it had a lot of megas, Okay, this is how they do the eye. So we can just grab a pane and just put it over it. That's good to know. Thank you for suggestion, Gabriel. Yeah, like usually Pokemon games like spark my interest, especially like once a new game comes out with new Pokemon, I will definitely be returning to Pokemon. But this game, it had nothing. Like, it was in a city, don't really care about city. Like, the thing I love most about Pokemon games is actually, should it be in the front? Or should it be more side-oriented, like this? I believe we should do it a bit more like this. So the pupil can go in front, but side profile... But it needs to have a side profile, I think. Does it need to have this? Do the eyes need to be this big? Or this big? Let me check. No, this looks stupid. Let's do it like that. Yeah, so the games didn't really have much that I usually like. I love when a Pokemon game has like a lot of cool nature areas that we could visit. And this one didn't have any, like, what I've seen. Like, it was only in a city, and I don't really give a damn about cities in Pokemon games. Unless they're really cool. I need to figure out how to make the happy eyes of this thing. Because I believe they should be happy-ish. Maybe we do it with 2 pixels, 2 different pupil forms. Or we could just make it like this and just cut out this and this one. Or this and this one. I guess it's just a dot. I do want to make him seem happy, so maybe that will suffice. We'll check that later on. I think for now we need to make an eyelid, so we're gonna call this eyelid. These and these eye. Duplicate the eye. Paste it to the other side. Introduce another streamer major character like Yono. So this may be a recurring theme moving forward. Probably. We need to make the nostrils. Nostrils are super simple though. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for a new Pokemon game, like completely new. Wait, is this how Charmander's model is bigger, right? It isn't? No, it isn't. I actually want to see how big is his head. Whoa, it's actually the same size. It's actually even a little bit smaller. So I'm guessing we gotta keep this. Gotta keep this in there. Maybe no nostrils. Let's up the thing. I would argue there would be more, but I don't want to overlap them. Wait, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. 1 second. he has this happy mouth, right? So we can just we're gonna place that right there. Wait, why can't I see his eyes properly? We're gonna grab these. I'm gonna keep those one inflated. And we're gonna move these to the frontal area. It needs to be close to one another. So we're gonna Alright, that could work. Is there a reason why the models have random colors at first? I assume it's some sort of color coding. It's just the blocks. If I create a new block, it will have that color. So the reason, the use of that is to differentiate between certain limbs, for example. If I want to make a body now, instead of copying over the head block, I will just make a new block in the hope it gets a new color so I can actually see head shape, body shape. That makes it easier. What did you think of the Pokemon Switch era? I believe we've got some really good games in there. I really do, but there's still a lot to. We still get a lot of games in that era as well. No, we don't actually want it to be in there. I think I just need to grab all of these and make it into a head. I'm gonna make it into a head bone. I'm not sure yet if it looks good like it does with its current setup. We'll have to figure it out later. For now, let's actually group this again. Group this again and call this amphibian. And this needs to go above this size thing. There we go. So I want to finish the head thing first. I usually work from head to bottom. Like I make the head shape first. I feel like that's probably the best thing to do. I also set up a lot of shortcuts with my mouse buttons, so I've gotten a lot faster at modeling. I feel like this would work well. Now I want to determine how thick I want the stem to be, and I don't think I want it to be too thick. I'm not sure if this might be too thin. What if it's like that? Or just like that, or like that. So we're gonna place this in there, and I feel like it would come out from the top instead of his forehead, or do I? I might actually like it from that point. I might want to add another section. Maybe dim it down once. Dog don't dimmadone. This is usually super stupid, so it's better to just reset it. Give it back. We're gonna select both. We're gonna put them in the middle. And then we can rotate them. We're gonna have to try to connect these. Sophie, welcome to the stream. That's a rare A-man in his 20s who's actually happy with modern Pokemon. True. I don't mind the newer games as much. It's glitching because it isn't connecting perfect. Haven't seen these designs in a long. Yeah, true. Some old designs of mine. Now I have to determine if bending it like this would be okay then. So what if we just reset it for now? We reset this one. We'll grab these and put them in a bone called Whisker. I don't know why, but Whisker seems fine to me. I'm gonna place this in a bone named Middle Whisker. And we're gonna have to do this. So my keyboard, bottom Whisker. So we have all of these Whisker things. Is that a healer waifumon? Yeah, that is this one. By the way, guys, drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. This is gonna be a difficult part because I've never really done something like this before. Okay, so bottom Whisker, middle Whisker. So middle Whisker should be in the bottom Whisker. And the orb, I would call this orb Whisker. Top Whisker. Top Whisker needs to be in there even. So if this thing moves, pivot point though, I believe pivot point should be somewhere around here. And I would probably have to organize it like that. Something like that should suffice. Then we would place the pivot point indeed right there. So place it even one lower, I guess. And what if we inflate this thing? Are you gonna put these in your own like mod for Cobblemon? Hey, Caressard, welcome to the stream. I haven't seen you in a while. I will be putting this thing in the Happy Moss pack, which you can download for free on my Patreon. Pivot point, maybe the pivot point needs to go down a little bit more. I guess that would work. Like it doesn't break the thing anymore. What would happen if I just... I guess this is the way we have to do it. Like it doesn't connect seamlessly, but it does connect seamlessly. I guess this is the way we want to go. Like a year and a half since I watched one of these. Yeah, well, that's most likely due to me not being there. Okay, so these pivot points work now. Now we have to connect this mother trucker. I'm not sure it's gonna hang forwards. So I was thinking it needs to be over here on the orb, on the whisker. And I would argue that this needs to be seen above that one. So we're gonna inflate that by 0.1. And the reason why I'm inflating these things instead of making the blocks a little bit bigger regularly is because if inflation still gets read correctly by the game, but making the blocks a little bit bigger in decimals, like you can see over here, it's in it is in decimals, but inflating does increase it with a decimal. But if I make the block a decimal bigger, it just won't work in the game. I'm sorry that we're working this long on the facial area. But the reason why we are doing that is because I think it's important that we get the facial area to work right and before we continue to the rest. Because facial areas are always the most difficult parts, right? I would want this to be sticking out even more. I'm just testing to see if what we currently have works. And I would argue it does. I like this. I will keep him like this. Do I like this? What if I'm... Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I need to make sure everything's selected. What would happen if I extend this? It would just get too big. And if I just... Ooh. But what if I now... So if the pivot point would be right there. Like in this position. In this position it works, right? It looks seamless. But if I go further, it breaks. So this is the... It's the one right next to his face. But we're modeling right now what this looks like. Yeah, sorry, it's right here. This is the one we're doing. It's the winner of the cup vote. I actually have a picture of it right here. 1 second. So you can see it in full volume. Yeah, it was in the right folder. Here, this is it. It's Amphibian. The healing Pokemon. Or the nurse Pokemon. I believe it's the healing nurse Pokemon. The nurse Pokemon, something like that. It's a healer. So this is the one we will be recreating right now. I'm not sure what I want to do. What if... Oh. Why does he do that? I don't want to overcomplicate it, right? I don't actually want to add like another another one to the mix. Maybe we should just think more blocky. Like this is the most it can extend, and the top whisker needs to stem from here. Maybe even higher from this point. A little bit higher, lower. Does it evolve? It does, but I won't be making that. At least not for now. This is actually the movement I want for it. Alright, great. So the whisker is working now. The whisker is in his head. Great. Now we want to make its body. So we do want to make this in amphibian. We're gonna grab the different color. This is gonna be a difficult one though, because it has a lot of segments, right? So we want to make sure that that works. So we're gonna have to make the main part of the body first and determine how big that needs to be. Because yes, we want him to feel blocky, but we don't want to make him feel too solid, right? Like this might already be too... is it? Would this be better? I feel like this would be too thin. I would say that this is a decent size. This needs to be one smaller. This is gonna be lower body. And the pivot point, I believe, should be somewhere. Oh no, it should be over here. It should be over there. But I feel like this needs to be one smaller. Zero. Let's work on the cube first. Working on a template called... I cannot read that. So this needs to be one smaller again as well. I feel like this is a way better proportion way. So it doesn't need to bend too much. Let's have a look at Charmander. So it doesn't go for connection. It's actually a little bit bigger sized. But does it do that all the way around? Yes, it does. So we are going to attempt that too. Charmander is completely straight though. But we just need to test it, right? We need to test it as well. So this works, but I would argue that this needs to go one little bit to that side. So we're gonna replace that, because it's easier to fix this shit right now than to move onwards to the rest of the body and then it just doesn't work. And his tail goes in. Let's do that with another element. Size can go now. Oh, size can go now. It's annoying me. Let's add another element. Let's do one of surprise. Add element. Drag it down. It's written in Russian. Literally, there's no English translation because it's not popular in any other country in Russia. Like that meme, currently working on my template. Cool, dude. But so before I start shading, I want to make sure that everything works. Everything works in the way I want. Getting packages, let's go. Is this too thin? It might be too thin. Is that too thick? I do think that's better. That's better, so we can now move this. Do it like that. Stick it out. Stick it out and that's in the middle. How many blocks does he get? 3. So do I want to make these a little bit smaller? Like make it stand out much sooner? Make the base a little bit bigger? Favorite Pokemon game? It has to be Emerald for sure. I would say that it would need to be a bit thicker like that as a base. Even thinner? No. I think this should do the trick. Ultra Sun and Moon? When did you start doing Minecraft modeling stuff? I started doing it a while ago. If you like watch my latest video, you could see my first models. They're not in recent anymore. I don't remember where I saved them. But I was doing like a daily modeling challenge where I was just modeling Bulbasaur and started with every single Pokemon. They didn't look good. I didn't really practice a lot. So now I've figured out a way to actually make it more sustainable and to do a lot of practicing. And I feel like it's working. Like I'm getting a lot better at modeling. I haven't done too much practicing with... let's actually make sure that this is big enough. So we have a big enough canvas to work with. I believe it should be in the middle like that. So I want to extend it one little thing more. It's better to have an extended field for these than to make it too small. Because you can always extend it, but you can't bring it back in the textures. You can always remove textures, but you can't extend the texture. This should be the right size for that. Now I'm gonna be making the legs. Before I do that, let's turn this into a tail. Oh, I don't want caps lock. I'm gonna take a walk with some fresh air. Good luck with that. Have fun. Want to make sure these tails stick into the other ones. There we go. Inner tail. Middle tail. And place that in the inner tail. Outer tail. Place that in there. Tail whisker. And tail. Make that into a bone as well. And drag that into there. So all the bones are set up correctly for the tail now. We do need to make sure the pivot points are there too. Okay, no. Now do the outer tail, pivot point. Pivot point slightly more to the outside. Okay, great. So we now know that this needs to be one little thing longer. This can move outward a little bit more. And we need to reset the pivot point from this thing as well. Alright, that works well now. So we're gonna reset everything. 0, 0. There we go. That works. Now I would say we should work on the legs. Make the legs. I don't think they need to be too big for this thing because he doesn't really use them either, right? I do think it needs to be somewhat like this size. It doesn't really need to be too much bigger than this. He has toes on both sides. So I would say we would just run them like this, make them and extend them one little piece. Just like that. This could be his little foot. Just that simple. I don't know though. Do they do that? Do they just not connect those toes? Maybe I need to just... I think it would look better if I just... inflate these toes. So they are actually connected to the foot. How long does it usually take you per model? Like these models right here are all done in 30 minutes. Like I just go ham and just continue. But the reason why this model is taking me a little bit longer is because I'm making sure that all the animations, all the bones are set up correctly. And these, if you look at these, they really don't have bones set up correctly. Like some parts do have the bones set up, but a lot of these are just added cubes, and I would have to go back and regroup and order all of these things in order to make that work. And right now I'm making sure everything works from the get-go. So I would say this is a leg, but I might want to move this downwards a little bit. Or maybe a little bit more inwards then. We're gonna like add those paradox pieces that you made on those videos. Possibly, yeah. But right now I'm just only practicing what would happen if I just... I think I might like this more. Yeah, I really do. Yeah, that looks way better. I will probably add them eventually. Streambow, remove the space. What the hell? We have a bot? Whitelist best view Streambow. Let's remove that message. Good to Fasano, welcome to the stream. Jesus, I did not pronounce that properly. Right. Can I don't want to reply, I want to ban. I can't ban. I can't remove that message. What the hell is this, Twitch? But how are you doing, Grafasino? Wait, I didn't get a message. Why can I not remove this? Pop out chat for a second. Right, we're banned, little dude. Can you see my messages? Yes, I can see your messages. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Why didn't I get a pop-up sound for a Twitch follower? And why isn't it updating either? Well, it's fine. Let's continue. How are you doing, man? We're basically creating this little fricker into a Cobblemon model. And that's what we're currently working on. I need to reset the pivot point for this leg, because I need to figure out from what point it's going to move. I don't really think it would do anything else than move like this. Maybe somewhat moving to the side, but maybe a bit more inwards like that, so it actually feels more connected to the body. one more thing to the middle. Nah, let's keep it like, let's keep him over there. Duplicate him and flip him to the side. There we go. And now we gotta make some long arms. Some very freaky-ish, long, alien-like arms. Is this too thick? It's what someone never asks. So, well, this is for sure too thin. You can't have an arm like that. So I would say we would go with this. But I'm trying to figure out, do we, like, he has those going from thin to thicker arm things, right? So I'm trying to figure out like how I want to do that. What the hell? What the hell is this? Pixel grid. What the hell? Wait, that was actually quite helpful. That's actually not... That's actually quite helpful. Let me quickly go into this design then. What? And try to fix the eye. Yeah, this eye just can't be fixed. It's broken. Alright. It does look silly for sure. Let's keep the shading for now. I just want to remove the pixel grid. Which button was that? Ah, it's G. Okay, good to know. I feel like we're gonna leave this part and we are just going to make it slimmer part. Instead of trying to do something crazy, I feel like this would do what I needed to do. This would make it feel more salamander-like as well. So I would say that this works as its arm. It doesn't look as slenderish now. I will give it that. It doesn't look as slenderish. Maybe we need to extend this part of the body a bit. Let's do it like this. Arm. Have you seen the art of Snurd Aerolunaceptor? Yeah, it looked awesome. I really loved it. And head. It needs to go up a little one, so we can do make his body feel a bit longer. It currently doesn't look as long, right? Or is it just too thick? Is this more like the slenderish body? Do I want it this slender? I don't think so, right? I don't like that. I think it's too slender like this. But is it too fat like this? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Let's just continue like this. I don't really care. Alright, so now for the fingers. His hands will move like this. So his fingers could go over here. What type of fingers would he have? And the fingers need to be simple, of course. So I think we need to go for planes. Do they need to curve? Do they need to curve? Pivot point. That might actually look good, right? Have the option to curve his little finger. I like that. Finger tip. Finger. So we're gonna place that in there, and finger needs to move from this point. It doesn't actually need to move. Fingertip. Fingertip stays there. Great. Now we duplicate it and we move it. And we move it to the bottom. What happens if I just select them all and just place him in the middle of his hands? The thing is, it looks a little bit like he has claws. But maybe if it has the same color, it wouldn't be that much of an issue. That could actually be the case. Okay, so 1 second, my girlfriend is. Okay, so these actually are upper arm, lower arm, and arm, and arm. Pivot point. Pivot point. We don't really need another area for his other arm. Great. End of arm, pivot point. No, pivot point. Alright, I guess that works, but this is way too long. Rotate it. So we can rotate it like that. Can rotate it like that. It won't have any issues rotating. So that is his arm. We can duplicate it now and move it to the other side. So I'm feeling that our Pokemon should be kind of ready, right? This is his body. I feel like everything should be body. Pivot point. Okay. This did make it so we have to extend that for a little bit. Do I want that? No, I'll keep it like this. But I do want him to be able to open his mouth this much. What does the head need to be? What if I go down with that one as well? Try that again. Rotate the body. This is the maximum rotation it can do. Jaw can open up pretty widely. If I just reset this and go into jaw, how far can it open? This far. Is that enough? Yeah, that's enough. I feel like his jaw is a little bit too thick though. This works a lot better for the feel. It makes him look less dumb. That's fine, I guess. Now we run into this issue again. This is why we have to test it before shading it. Like, it needs that little extra. It needs to have this little extra bump, because otherwise this is the most that it can rotate. But I don't know, does it need to rotate more with its body like this? That's the real question. So what happens if I reset that and just rotate the body now? Then it just now it can open quite widely. This is the most his entire body can move. It still needs to be into there as well. Oh, just lower body. Okay, I guess that works. I guess this just works as the model. I would say that the head needs to be one more this way. And the body, reset rotation. Lower body, reset rotation. Okay, so I'm guessing this just works for the model. It's 1 hour and 17 minutes for it. But I'm guessing this just works. Amphibian. Pivot point 0.0. Pivot point needs to be there because this Pokemon is floating, right? So we want to make sure that it floats above the ground. That's very important. If his head, let's actually check. Locator, rotator, that's something I don't really know how they do that yet. We don't have an entire thing. We want to have an entire. This needs to be named torso. Torso. And we want to group this into bone named body. And we've head. This would work. I think this would work. But the first thing we want to check is the eyes. Before we actually do anything, we want to just check if the eyes would work. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just quickly test. I want to remove the eyelids real quick. I think it would work. I do think it works. Do you guys agree? Do these eyes just work? I think it does. I think it does work in the way I want it to work. But I would argue that we might need to do pupil. 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 Make that 2. I do want to test. .3. What would happen if we just add a glistering white dot? Paint. This is Blockbench. You can download it for free. You can download this for free. I really like that. I really like that. Oh, sorry. I used Procreate. I used Procreate on the iPad. Alright, that is gonna work, guys. That is gonna work. We're gonna remove this texture and we're gonna create a new texture and we're gonna call this amphibian. There we go. And now we want to grab the color of amphibian, which is just a pinkish. For now I want to mirror on all sides. This is gotta be the base color, I think. I haven't textured in a while, so that's gotta be cool. That's actually the wrong color. His mouth needs to be filled in with a different color later on, which we'll do. I would argue that this would be that color again. Sorry, getting some messages. We're gonna use that color for all of those parts. Gonna be filling all of these up. Oh, mirroring is off. Now it's on again. This needs to be that color. That needs to be that color. That needs to be that color. Yeah. All of those are filled in. Those are not. fill all of those up. Fill those up too. Make sure the other side is filled up correctly. Other side as well. Yeah, we're still doing well. We gotta fill up all of the colors. This thing looks funny. For now we can keep it. Are you using BEP? What's BEP? Welcome to the stream though, Kangaroo. Welcome to the stream. So let's do this one first. And make sure all the sides are filled in. Same thing for the next whisker. Okay. So this is all the basic coloring. Yes, I am using Blockbench. I am using Blockbench right now. Those dots need to have a slightly different color. For now, we'll just make him this color, which we'll probably have to change in a minute. Is that enough? Ooh, do we want to make it go around? I just quickly want to check. What would happen if I grabbed all of these? Place them a little bit lower. Nah. Go to sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know if this actually does much for the design. Yeah, I actually like it though. I actually like it. Let's keep it like this. I hope the design did not break because we added one little extra pointer to it. I'm guessing it's fine. I'm guessing it's fine. Okay, now we gotta grab the blue color, which we gotta make sure that it looks quite bright for these parts. Let's fill them up entirely with this color. The eyelids. Eyelids need to be this color. Then I'm gonna turn off the eyelid. Wait, where's the other eye? Wait, are they using the same? I am confusion right now. Maybe they're using the same palette. That's what I'm trying to come up with now. Okay. Okay, no, it does work. Okay, it does work, that's great. So we're gonna fill in this little ball. Beautiful. Now for this thing, I don't want to fill this in immediately. There we go. Looks great. Okay, we can see that we did break the texturing because we extended that block. Super annoying. But we at least have the colors now. It's super annoying that you can't that the textures get broken. Okay, so we know all the coloring that we have to do. But I don't know how to fix these kind of things. So I'm going to have to delete this. We have to create a new texture again. Okay. They're a bit mangled around, but this could still work. Am I missing something? That's why we always try to make sure everything works before you start texturing. Okay. Turn off the eyelid now. Alright, so we're just repairing all the things that got broken. But it's worth it. I do think it's worth it. This is such a FIFA song. There we go. I would argue we might want to remove some of these pixels Mm. I'm trying to make him look kind. This makes him squint. This keeps the kind aesthetic. I'm currently just trying something. Mm, mm. I think I like this the best. I'm trying to keep the happy and kind eyes of the Pokemon. Like, this gives it squinting eyes, which it does kind of have in the original. Do I go with this then? Or do I need to fill up that then? Let's do it like this. I think this is fine. These eyes are fine. Oh, I see that those arms got ruined. These should not be blue. Oh yeah, this is the inside of the mouth, which will probably go for this kind of color. Now I wanna select this part. So we're gonna paint those colors. Did I miss anything? I missed one little dot right there. What have I selected? Ah, right here. Was that it wasn't actually the part. Oh. Ah, this thing. I don't know what part is still blue. Okay, I guess that's alright. So that's the model, guys. We're gonna have to be shading it now, which is going to be difficult again because we have struggled. Oh, that's a good stretch. We've struggled with that quite a bit already. But at the same time, that's gonna be fun. But I see some issues here, though. Ah, there we go. Wait. Goedemorgen. What did we do? We did it like this, right? I removed all of this. Remove that part. I do think these need to go in one. Need to go in once. One little thing. Alright, that works. Man, this thing looks really freaking good. Why does this have shading though? Ah, I see why. This should not be a different inflation level than the head. Let's then... no, it should. This should be 0.1. But that means that this should be 0.1. 0.1. Which means the eye needs to be 0.2. The pupil needs to be 0.3. 0.03, and this mother trucker needs to be 0.04. I might be thinking, wow, well, what is this man doing? But it's very important we do it in this way, because if we don't, the model is just slightly off, and that's not something we want. This should be 0.04. And the pupil needs to be 0.03. 0.03. There we go. That should correct all the mistakes we had in the design. Overall, I think we should be really happy with the way it looks right now. At least I am. I know for sure that I am. There's a lot we can do with this. And you know, mistakes are meant to happen, are bound to keep happening. This texture's still broken. That's the wrong color. Okay. This thing is broken then. Alright, so we can start painting on the design now. I want to know is this what I want? Like make him feel, this does make him feel thinner. This does add a little extra thinning to it, to the Pokemon, doesn't it? I'm debating if I need to add the line on this side, make it visible from this side. Somewhat like this. Now it looks like it's wearing a diaper. I may have actually liked this better. Just leave the white stuff actually only on the bottom. Someone like that should do the trick. I think this will do the trick. I like that. I really do like that. Now it's actually preparing colors and shading it. So I want to try U-shifting. Save palette. Can I just sort palette, generate palette? Ah, you can generate a palette like that. So now we have all the colors that are used on this Pokemon. So I want to grab this color and start making some adjustments. So we want to have 3 darker colors. Ooftask, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So we want to have 3 colors. 3 colors of shade. 2 highlight colors, I think. What is his palette? Can we see his palette? So he has 1, 2, 3, and this is his base color, and he has 1 highlight color actually. 1 highlight color. Okay, so we're gonna have to have 4 colors. I want to try using that simple. So this is the main color. We already have that. So we want to have 2 darker shades, right? Or is this his main color? Let's see what is used mainly throughout his body. I think this is his main color. And this is highlight. Is it though? Ooftask, welcome. Yeah, well, highlights. We're painting. We're gonna paint a Pokemon. So this is the darkest color. So we have 1. That's another dark color. 3 middle color, lighter and lighter. I'm gonna argue middle color is gonna be the color that we currently have, and let's make 2 darker ones and 2 lighter ones. So this is light. So I'm gonna go slightly right here and move it more to yellow. This could be one of the highlights. Add to palette. Move it right there. Make it lighter and move it more towards yellow. That's the highlightiest highlights. But doesn't that get really close to this color? It needs to be a bit darker. This needs to be the color. But that means this needs to be slightly lighter. Is it lighter though? No, it isn't. Is it? That is lighter. And that is lightest. Okay, so try rosy pink. I would say this would be sufficient. So we want to go slightly, quite a bit darker. Maybe not that different. This could be the darker color. And that'd be the darkest color. Maybe it's too extreme of hue shifting though. I feel, is it? It's so difficult, man, because the colors are already going to be, you're gonna continue the Paradox project. Probably, yeah, eventually. This is so difficult. I don't know. Because that is so different than what our current color is, right? Let's try that again. Let's not do it that extreme. U. Oh, I want the U to be on this side though. This is 5. Let's do 5. So let's go to 350. Let's do 350. This could be the darker color. So we're gonna do -5 +5 and -5. Okay, this palette actually could work. Try Kirby's color palette as a reference. I don't really need to. I just need to figure out how I set this up. So this is going to be the darkest color. I don't really need to look at a different color palette. I just need to figure out how I can set these things up. So main color is this. What it is right now. Now I want to actually try the different route. So we're going to do 5 up 5, which it can't go up anymore. Okay, that does look like the same color. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. Like how do these things work? We can't go up in saturation more in value, so we're just gonna go 22 and to 13. Gonna remove that and place that over here. So this is gonna be the palette. That is gonna be the palette for this, which is great. Remove that, beautiful. Now we're gonna try the same thing for the blue ones. So we do know we should make our colors a bit darker from the get-go. Like the main color shouldn't be close to the value limit. Because this is already on the value limit. Let's see what happens if I just lower that a little bit, so it could go up in value a bit more. I think the colors will love that. Oh. I think the shading will look way better if we do it in this manner. If we make these colors a bit darker, I think the entire shading process will look way better because of that. So now we can delete these. I believe we kept it like that. Beautiful. So these colors are now, of course, they are a little bit darker, but we can fix that quite simply. So we're gonna add this color to the palette. We're gonna remove this one. So we're gonna, for a lighter, we need to move more towards this side. So we're gonna go saturation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you need to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, let's do brush. This is highlight number 1. Value needs to go. Oh, my bad. So we need to select this. Value needs to go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this will be the lightest color. This is actually exactly how we need to do it. Aquamarine, sort of. I understand how hue shifting works now. At first I did it wrong. So I thought like, this method doesn't work. It doesn't work. It does work. Saturation needs to go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hue needs to go down. 2, 3, 4, 5. And hue needs to go down as well. 1 through. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works. Value goes down. 5. Saturation goes up to 66. And hue goes up as well. There we go. That's a good freaking palette. We're doing it. We are doing it, sir. We're doing it. Bang. So we have those two palettes worked out. I don't know what this color is supposed to be. I know it's right here, but it's not there. That color isn't there. I don't understand where it comes from. So we can remove. No, I don't want to remove that. I want to remove the color of the palette. Get the frick out of here, son. So this needs to go. This color needs to go. This color can stay. I don't need black in the palette. So we have two palettes set up correctly now. We need to do it for this color, and that's probably gonna be it. Because this will change into that. Or that. No, we're gonna do it into that. And we're gonna have to look if we actually like the way it turns out, and if it doesn't, we can always change back, right? Hey, just a second, needed to respond to my girlfriend. I actually want to check if my shorts that I uploaded yesterday are gaining a bit of traction now. Charmeleon is gaining a bit of traction. The results of the Cobblemon vote are not really, it's not picking up much. Okay. Let's continue. We will grab this color now. Let's add it to the palette. It should probably be changed to be a bit closer to this color though. And at first it doesn't look as good, but that's... we can actually change the colors. We can change these colors into the right ones with shading. This should be the base color. Should it be though? Let's actually keep it like this now. Value can't go up, so saturation goes down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's actually do 4 for this one because it's already so light. And U needs to go up 5 too. I actually want to go a bit more extreme for the U shift. And alright, we're gonna use this color. It's the highlight of it, which is just, you can't really see that, and that's because we picked the wrong color. Alright, so this is gonna be the ultimate highlight of the already highlighted kind of color. The darker color though, we can actually U shift, but we need to U shift from the other side. So we're gonna go value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Saturation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. U needs to go to 355 is the most, so we need to go to 350 again. Because it needs to move towards blue. Okay, so that could be the darkest color. It's not the darkest color. You go down in value, go up in value, go down in value. Okay, I would argue that that could be the palette. I do want it to be slightly brighter though. Oh. Actually, do we? We don't. Let's add this to the palette. Middle color. And remove the shading. Are there any colors that we don't have? I don't think so. It only has 3. It only has 3 colors. When we move on to the animating, the lantern orbiting should bob for the idol. For sure. That definitely should bob. Okay, so this is the main color. Middle color. I actually want to go in and start with this. And see what we can do for that. Why am I getting so many freaking emails, brother? Freaking spam emails. Oh, what the hell? Okay, so that works. It was actually a good idea to lower down the color because it gets brighter regardless. This needs to have a lot of light. So I do want to make sure that it looks like it has a lot of light, because it should even be lighted up. At least it could light up. We don't want it to be too pillowy shaded. So we want to break up some of the textures. So otherwise it looks too pillow shaded, which is something I do struggle with a bit. We want to roughen up the shading on some areas. This side could actually be the darkest color. I feel like the lighted darker color. So we're going to turn off mirroring to add a bit more randomness in the palette. Beautiful. I do want to add all right, that looks good. Rip. Mirroring was off, so we need to redo these textures. Alright, beautiful. I like that shading. I feel like I'm starting to understand it, especially with the different colors we're using now. I feel like I am starting to understand the differences in how you use those colors a bit better. We definitely need to keep looking at reference as well. So for example, this is the darkest color. Dude, the kitchen at YouTube sent me back a bit. To where, brother? To where? Where are you? Where are you now that I need you? Do, 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 do. That's not what they do. They just break up the texturing. They do shade in rings, but they shade it. Seconds can go. I don't care. This can go. This can go. So the back is actually really dark. It actually goes around. It goes around. When I got in the stream, it's where it sent me. Where I started watching. Yeah, I understand. So we want to fill this up. Oh my god, I'm starting to love this thing, man. Holy. Holy. Okay, so that's going to be the darkest color of this thing. And now we gotta paint. So we're gonna paint over this. This way we keep it a lot more playful. I'm gonna add another ring to that. And then we're gonna break up the silhouette a bit more. And this, I believe this is how we should shade. And then grab a darker color and then just add some of those spots. Break it up even more. Alright, I think we're starting to understand it a bit more. With these different colors, it might look a bit more cartoony, instead of looking like our reference, the colors of our reference, but I do think that is exactly what makes it look crisp. I feel like it makes it look a lot more arcade-like, and I feel like arcade-like works well in a Minecraft environment, right? Because if it's shaded too smoothly, if it's shaded too smoothly, it will stand out in a Minecraft world. I feel like that is the way they shade stuff like this. Randomly. It's not randomly. So, for example, I feel like this wouldn't be that high. We could add like that, and I feel like this would have, oh, not that. Can I turn this off real quick? Wait, we actually don't need to turn that off. Why is this clipping? That's why. 0.02. Now these need to be 0.03, 0.03, and 0.03. There we go. Music stopped. Let's do some jazz. I love me some jazz. Let me quickly grab some water. 1 second. We are painting little froggies. Okay. Have you seen the new baby mobs? Yes, I did. They look crazy fun. They look crazy fun. So I think we need this to move like that. In order to keep that going, paint it like that. Okay, so we want to focus on the main body first. This is how I usually shade. I shade the main, like one color per time. So every time we finish one color, we move on to the next one. So we wanted the work on this thing real quick. Does that work? I think that does work. Bro, I'm starting to understand shading now. That's crazy work. No, we do want to use this color. Holy, that's such a good, like, that's so good that that my brain has sort of clicked how shading works now. Because if we're gonna be really honest with each other, like, shading is the way a Cobblemon looks the way it does, right? If shading looks off, the entire thing looks off. I think we need one little dot right there. Or does it need to be one dot of these? Maybe. That looks good. I think that looks good. Maybe that color, and then we can have this shaded like that. All right, actually another good method. Not as bright, and maybe these need to be a little bit less bright then. Like, how visible do they need to be? I think it needs to be visible. The nose holes need to be visible like that. Okay, that should be the shading for the headpiece. So what happens if we open the jaw? Let's quickly grab this color. Oh, that's not... What happens if I fill in that? That looks better, yes. It does look better. That looks great, even. Okay. We actually need to add this color to the palette. Open all of them. We need to get rid of the eyelids again. The eyelids are super important for animating, but they can be annoying as well. Okay, so what if we go back and do it on this? Okay, so we have the mouth. I know usually we only do one color at a time, but I feel like this was one of those things that I just needed to do before I could continue. It does mean we have to grab some more colors, because we need, of course, we need to be able to shade it. So value needs to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it actually needs to go 350. 350. Place the color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the darkest color. Beautiful. Now we gotta do the same thing, and we gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gonna be one of the highlights. I don't know if it will have a lot of highlights, but we're gonna have to grab the colors anyways. Value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have the palette for the tongue now. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. I'm not sure yet how I will shade this, but there's only one way to find out. So I do want to have like the darkest color on the inside, I think. And don't be shy to actually look at Charmander for this. Alright, it doesn't have too much detail in the mouth. So I'm guessing we don't have to go too ham. Okay, that works. So we're only gonna go darker. We're not gonna go with highlights. Okay, so only one thing left. There we go. Yeah. Bro, I'm starting to understand how this works, man. I'm so happy, brother. It would arguably be better if we shaded this part as well at the moment, but I don't want to get into that right now. I don't want to get into that at the moment, so we're just gonna have to color that in with that color. I'm gonna have to reset the jaw. Look at that, my friends. That looks gorgeous. Bro. Gorgeous is gorgeous, monsieur. It's gorgeous. We want more juice. Alright, so we need to reset the jaw. Where's the jaw? Rotation 0. Boom. You can't even see the shading of his mouth anymore. That's not entirely true. So it needs to be does this really make that much of a difference? I'm not sure if that makes a lot of difference. All right, let's just do it like this. It might look a little bit more dumb when he opens his mouth, but that's only when he opens his mouth, right? And now he actually looks better while he's not opening his mouth. And opening his mouth is not something he will do all the time. We're gonna actually have to paint these eyelids. Paint these eyelids. Alright, so this needs to go over it. That's great, actually. So now we can see how it would look. To keep it simple. It doesn't look too shaded, which is great, because the eyes of Snurt looked too shaded. And that's something I want to avoid this time. I actually like that more. Okay, so I think that would work well for a blink. So we're gonna have to do the same thing for this one. And inflate it to 0.5. Please tell me why it doesn't have the same shading. God dang it. So we're gonna have to do the same thing for this one. Apparently. One a slightly lighter color. There we go. There we go. Lighter color, lighter color, and lighter color. And lighter color. Yeah, that looks beautiful. Hue shifting is my new best friend. Okay, so we only need to do this and this, this and this, and grab this color. Dunk dunk, dunk 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 sahur. And now we can just move these inwards even more, I guess. No, they don't need to be moved inwards even more. I don't know what this is though. Okay, great. I guess. Hopefully. I'm sorry guys, I know this takes a while, shading, but at the same time it's the most important part of this process. So I don't wanna not take my time on it, right? Alright, let's turn on mirror painting again. Now we're gonna continue with the Pokemon. Why is this happening? Wait, are his eyelids ruined? Why is his feet not colored in? I'm so scared now. Oh, I deleted the foot. I believe the eyelids. I can see what's going wrong. It's using the same texturing. This is the worst part ever. If he had just created a new texture, this would have not been an issue, which we didn't. And we textured most parts. So they're using the same part of the texture. So I'm going to be smart. I believe we can do it simply by this. Simply by this and resetting the texture in that way. I guess. It's not the best way, but I think it could work. It just won't. I don't think it is still connected. Oh! Crisis averted, guys. Crisis averted. We are cooking again. We are totally freaking fine. Holy. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know that we can actually edit that. Okay, I'm actually happy. I'm actually happy with that. Finding that out. That could have gone really wrong really fast. Guys, by the way, don't forget to go into the Discord right now. Go into our Discord right now. ! Discord. I don't even know. Does that work? ! Discord. Oh. My bad. ! Discord. Let's try that again. Okay, so it does at least send it in one. And Twitch does work. But go into our Discord right now and vote. Oh, it actually works. Both work. Good to know. Go into the Discord right now. Enter if you haven't already. And vote. Vote on the Pokepoll. I want to know which Fakemon you want me to make next. And we don't really have a lot of votes. And I would like you to do do some voting right there. So if you'd want to help me, please do so. Let's continue. Let's continue shading this mother trucker. What did I do for the tail? So it just stops on the bottom and goes... It goes into deep dark again on the bottom. So... Now we need to have the brush. So this is where it turns dark again. Mm-hmm. So we want to have this part in the darkest color. Mm-hmm. Oops. Let's move the darkness out from this point. One darker. One lighter. Okay, great. This will be the shading for his little legs. Okay, beautiful. Now onto his body again. Okay, I guess so. Okay. I'm thinking what you were thinking. I'm sorry, guys. I'm focused really hard in order to understand what I'm doing. I'm thinking I'm going over stuff again. So, in order to be safe, I'm just going to place the textures of these parts on a separate layer. I'm gonna do the same thing for these little frickers. So I have a feeling they were on the same layer again. So the back actually... Hey Benjamin, welcome to the stream. Welcome, man. I'm doing great actually. Actually enjoying making this quite a lot. So we want the back to have a lot of shadows, but the front not as much. Well, I feel like that could work. I think this should work. I'm back. I actually returned an hour ago, but I forgot to hang by the stream. No worries, no worries. I hope you had a nice walk. The difference between the last time I was shading and this time I'm texturing is huge. Like, I actually understand a little bit where I'm putting colors instead of doing it randomly. And that's a big difference. That's a huge difference actually. Because the last time I was doing this, I was just winging it and I was just placing stuff randomly. But now I'm actually following certain areas that I want shaded. This part can actually maybe have some highlights. This is not filled in. Okay, do I want some highlights there? I don't actually want those on there. I feel like we could go... I don't mind the way this looks. And break it up with this thing. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Do we want to make the inner... inner fingers a bit slightly different color? I guess that works. Alright, that is those parts textured. Now we need to go a bit more to the frontal area. Place that there. Nick, did you ever deal with depression and when? Nope. Of course I've had lesser periods, but was never really depressed. Luckily. This is the bottom, right? So I wouldn't mind if this part would be a bit darker. And that one not. How do they do this with his tail? Top of the tail is it goes from this shade into the next one. P. That's why I call yourself Happy Gamer Nick. Well, actually, the reason why my name is Happy Gamer Nick is because I wanted to make a Pokemon themed YouTube channel, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to name the channel. So I just figured, why not do like such a trainer kind of theme, like a cool trainer, all those kind of names that you have in the games. So that's when I came up with the name. I was thinking about cool trainers, cool trainer Nick, other trainer Nick. So eventually I just figured, why not call me Happy Trainer Nick. That's what my first name was. But then I started making other types of content, and I didn't want to limit myself to being a purely Pokemon based channel, which I am now, but Happy Gamer just feels more like it could do other things as well. So eventually that's where we landed. I didn't even save this model yet. Imagine we would have lost it at this moment. We would have been freaked. Holy, this thing is looking fire. I'm actually extremely happy with this thing. Holy. This is crazy, man. Like, actually. I don't know if you guys like it as much as I do, but I think it looks beautiful. Especially with the way we are shading it right now. It's really getting better. So we want to have light coming from this side. Favorite 3D mainline game? I wouldn't really know. Probably Scarlet and Violet. Those games are actually really fun in my opinion. Okay, we can shade it like that. Just continuously looking at I'm just continuously looking at Charmander's design, because we could of course use a lot of the way they render theirs. We've got to randomize the top of the tail in a second. But what is your favorite game, man? More of these pixels. No more like going. Breaking up the texture right there. I feel like we should do the same thing right here. Do we need to do that though? They don't actually do that often. So we don't really have to do that anymore as well either. That would make shading way faster. As I said, Ultra Sun and Moon is my favorite 3D melee game. My favorite melee game is Black and White 2. Fire picks. Okay, I feel like this is the shading for the main body color. Oh no, we forgot this part. We forgot to do this part. Gotta copy that part so it wouldn't get ruined. But beautiful. So the only thing we have left to do is this part. How do they shade that part? So Emerald's your first favorite Pokemon game for sure. Emerald was fire. So at the top we're probably gonna have to make a row of these. Let's turn on mirroring again. There's a row and then it's fully light, and then all the way at the bottom we're going fully dark again. Then less dark. Yeah, bro, shading in the pocket, easy. It's not that easy though. It's definitely not that easy. Fill that up beautifully. I think that just works. Fill up that. No, it actually needs to be more like this. Looks great so far if you ask me. Hey, let's go, Benjamin. Same. My first Pokemon game I played was Red, somewhat Red like that. One of those games, like those really, really old ones. So it starts off not the darkest and then moves to the darkest. So we're gonna continue this color section inwards. And then it is going to change to the darkest color. Gonna go into the next section. It sticks out quite far into that one, the dark one. And now it's going to slowly turn back into this color. And can we leave it like that? And then have some lighter. I know technically we're doing it wrong because this part might not give off light, but I don't really care. I'm just shading the way I think this needs to be shaded. Beautiful. Oh, let's go, my lovely boys. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now only the jaw is left. Yeah. My boys. How did they shade the jaw, though? The jaw? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Just checking to see. No, we actually want to keep that, the light part. I do maybe want to add a bit more light in there.
There is no place I'd rather be than right here next to you. And I truly love to talk about your lovers, old and new. You never spare me details as you confide in me. I smile and give advice, but cannot tell you how I feel. How easy it would be to fall for you.
All right, beautiful. That is it. That is it for the shading. Right? That is it for the shading. Textures, let's go. Shiny time? Is it shiny time though? I think it is, brothers. I think it is. Look at that, boys. Look at that. I think that looks beautiful. It will look so good in game. I hope so. Let's actually export these textures. Export these textures. Let's export these textures. Jesus. 4. Amphibian. I won't be adding it into the game today. That will be done in next stream. Next week, probably. Alright, so we need to turn this thing orange for the shiny. The shiny is orange. Let me show it to you guys. Like, this is the shiny. We need to change it into this mother trucker. So every color needs to be more orange, except for the blue. That needs to be yellow. Maybe we can just try. Probably if we just grab all the blue and place that on a separate layer. I don't know where that is. Let's quickly check. Wait, what game? Oh, it's the eye. It's the eye. What game? We're turning this into Minecraft. Gonna be putting this in Minecraft. I don't know what that color is for. Can I pet that dog? Okay, so what happens if I just change this into orange? Into orange. Wait, this doesn't need to change. Can I pet that dog? Okay, let's try that again. Okay, beautiful. Now this needs to go into yellow. Yellow. Actually, we're gonna try to do it with a color overlay then, since it apparently doesn't want to work. Put yellow onto it. And then change the color. And now we go slightly downwards in saturation. And this should be enough. Let's actually check. Let's actually check to see if this works. Underscore shiny. And we want to import that texture now. Go to this file. Fakemon, open Amphibian. I'm gonna throw that in there. Oh. Like the yellow part works, but the orange is not orangey enough. So we need to change that. Let's do color overlay. Let's try that again. That's more like it. Now it keeps the same kind of contrast. Man, that's a good shiny as well. I'm not kidding. Bro, I'm so happy, man. This looks so freaking good. What the hell? We did so well on this thing. We did super well on this thing. Like, the only thing we have left to do is animate it, drop it in the game. Already. But animation is gonna be done in the next stream. We're not gonna do that today. Or at least we're not gonna edit today. Maybe we could do one animation. Because I want to see how it looks if it doesn't break. So we need to add a new animation. And I need to quickly have a look what the name was supposed to be. Animation, not Pokemon name, dot ground idle. Animation dot amphibian dot ground underscore idle. Whoo, ground idle animation. How long is that supposed to be? Let's actually grab our heirloom model. Air idle animation. That's 5. Scepter model. Ground idle 4 seconds. So 4 seconds can be the thing. Before we even get to that point, we need to just move some stuff around. Copy, paste, flip keyframe. Paste. Okay, so that is the, oh, that could be the pose. Now for the body and the torso in general. What the flip? And lower body. Maybe we can move those feet separately from one another. That might be fun. So this one goes frontal. And this one goes a little bit more back. And he's going to wiggle his bottom part a little bit. Bro. Holy, we did such a good job, man. This is crazy good. I think that stays the same. This one only goes slightly up. This one goes slightly up and this one slightly as well. There should be more sway in there. So this one shouldn't go up as much. This one should go up a little bit more. A little bit more, and a little bit more. Something like this should be the main pose. Bro, I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. Look at that, guys. Look at that. That is so good. That is actually so freaking good. I'm so happy with that. Like, what the hell? Imagine seeing this in your game, guys. Imagine seeing this in your game. I do think these need to be a bit more. Flip the keyframe. There we go. Okay, animating. Whoa, how do I animate again? His body needs to move upwards. We need to do big movements first, and then we do small movements. So we want a timeline, clear the timeline. We want to do big first, rest second. So body is his entire body. We want to place the position right here. We don't want to, the only thing we want to change is a 4-second animation, right? Scepter was 4 seconds. So at this point, for the body, I want him to move upwards. Maybe even just like that should be enough. Is that enough? Like, what age did you like Pokemon? From the age I could remember, actually. Maybe it needs to go up a tiny bit more. Maybe just one more little dot. There we go. Okay, so big movements first. That is a big movement. Okay, so if that goes up, this thing goes down. So Whisker goes down. This needs a loop. Loop, mother trucker, loop. Okay. Alright, that's a tiny bit of movement. But it's an idle animation, right? We don't want it to be too crazy. So what if I smoothen this out? So I smoothen this out as well. And what if I do rotation of the whisker? What if I delete these? And only point this upwards. No, I don't like that. So what if this just... I wanted to move one little extra dimension, because that makes it look way better, but I'm not sure how I can do that right now. So maybe we should just keep it like this for now and just focus on the other parts. The big things first, rest later. So I'm thinking we could move the head a little bit. Hey, it's the guy you spoke to yesterday in the comments. I'm new to Discord and channel, want to at least catch a bit of your life, even though I'm in time zone, this is super early. Yeah, I'm sorry, Zachariah. Welcome to the stream though. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm sorry, but for me, it's currently 1 p.m. So for me, it's not that late. It's not that early, but I want to stream early so I'm done a little bit earlier in the day as well. The thing is, I just want to make sure, like, and like even a tiny bit of extra dimension, right? What if I just... What if this goes up? I actually like that. I actually really like that. Thank you, I appreciate it. To be honest, this is by far my best work yet. I've been practicing and I've been studying a little bit as well. So yeah, you can definitely see it. Like if you like Araloon, if you look at the shading of Araloon, it's just random. I just was doing it randomly. But if you look at the shading of Amphibian, there's a thought process behind it. If you ever playing Legend CA, no. I will not buy that game. There's legit nothing that actually makes me want to play that game. No, there's nothing. 1 second. I need to respond to my girlfriend. Okay, let's continue. Okay, I like that. It's subtle, but it works. Now I want to do the lower body. Pardon me. I was thinking maybe it could sway a little. So this actually needs to go to the other side. Flip keyframe. And place this. What happens if I smoothen these? Do I need to push this downwards? So you create like a bunch of moving parts. I was looking at that yesterday. I could tell you have an eye for this as an artist. Hey, let's go. Make sure to send in your artwork in the Poke Poll. Drop it right now. Drop it right now. Because you can still win. There's only 2 votes on the most voted Pokemon. So if you send in your artwork, you can still win. I would definitely want to make this one. This one would be really sick. But maybe you have a better one. But I don't determine. Alright, so... Okay, now that we've moved those, I would say we would move the little leggies. I would say we would just flip. We are just flipping these legs. So that means we go on this leg and we copy this part. And we're going to smoothen these out. And I would argue right, that looks great. I played Legend CA, it was okay, but I don't like the small decks. The fact that it takes place in only one city most of all. Not a fan of action, combat, boss fights. Fair. I'm thinking I will only make this animation and then we're gonna call it quits on the stream. Because I'm feeling my eyes burn a little. Okay, so those are moving. Big parts first, so the hands are probably going to move last. Let's clear the timeline real quick. Let's bring back the body at least. And now I want to go in with the tail. So next time, don't put the inner tail block in the tail block. would argue that inner tail needs to be... I don't like that. It is jazzy. I like it as well. I'm trying to think for the tail. Like the best thing would be if it would follow the body, right? I just think this needs to be... This needs to be a little bit more... Alright, let's put this on smooth. What is happening? Oh, sorry. Okay, so that looks freaking awesome. Now I want to make him move up and downwards a little bit with the sway too, which I think we could just do with... Huh? I don't really see it. Right, let's see if this works. He looks like he's his tail makes him float up as well, right? Now it looks like he's using the tail for his upwards momentum. Which is not... I actually like that. It actually looks like he's using his tail. Maybe we want to make it feel even more bangy. I know you're busy and doing really great. Could you please read my comments? Want to know the answers to submit. Which comments? Should I submit it in white or transparent background, please? You can read the rules in here. You can read the rules in this channel and how to submit. And for anyone that hasn't voted yet, please go into Discord right now and vote on your favorite design, because I'll be making this one next. The one with the most votes by next Thursday will be added to the cup vote. So please vote if you haven't already. Bum, ba-dun, dun, dun. I'm trying to think. Do I wanna... Do I wanna... Do I wanna make it even more visible? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that does not look good. Maybe only at the top. As if he's really as if he needs to do that. As if he needs to do it in order to stay afloat. I don't think I like that. It makes it look like he's having to do effort to stay afloat. I want it to feel more effortless, like this. Yeah, I'm more happy with this. This looks effortless. Get rid of the tail, please. So we only want to keep the body now. So I'm thinking we should. I'm just trying to see if this works. Do we want to do a little turn in the arm? And what happens if we smoothen it out? Okay. And what if we do the same thing? And flip the animations. Oh, that actually already works. Why is this animation 4 seconds long? That means something went over it. Oh no, I remember. this starting point. I remember when. I remember. Arm 2. Arm 2, flip. Flip. Okay. Now we're cooking. Is that it? I just submitted my Pokemon. I don't know how hard it may be to if it wins, but yeah, it's been one of my favorite designs. All colors are meant to be as shown. Alright, we'll check it out in a second. I believe that's it, guys. I believe we have the idle animation for Amphibian. Holy, that looks good. Idle animation. It doesn't have a standing animation. It doesn't have a walking animation. It needs... It can only fly. So it needs the floating... It needs the air fly animation. This actually needs to be called air idle. Because it doesn't walk. Air idle. It needs to have a sleeping animation. It needs to have a crying animation. So we need 2 more. It needs fainting animation, attacking animation, and a flying animation. So it needs 5 more animations, and then it is actually already done. That's crazy. We did so well today. Like in 4 hours, 1 animation, entire model. Not too shabby, my friends. Not too shabby. I'm happy with that. Maybe we'll change it up a little bit later on. But I think that looks really freaking good. Let's check it out. What did you send? I don't see your Fakemon in the Discord. No, you can't write this one. It's a first stage starter. Where did you submit it? You didn't submit... Ah, you submitted it here. Are you Joker? Damn. That's not a first stage Pokemon though. It needs to be a first stage. Looks freaky sick though. Damn. Like if you read the rules of the chat, it needs to be a first stage Fakemon. The reason for that, I don't know really if this is a first stage either. Because I want to keep it simple for now. I want to be able to make them easily at the beginning. To actually practice and make these models. Doesn't have any stages. Ah, I see. Well, make sure you add all of this information as well once you add it into here. I need this information. The names, dex entries, all of those stuff. I don't want to cook that up myself. I'm so down to just keep on going. I'm so down to just keep on going. Like, some animations are super easy, right? Like the crying animation, blink animation. That's one we need. Let's make the blink animation. Wait, why is it not saving like that? Animation.heirloom. Fillion dot blink. Dot blink. Okay, blinking animation. Let's grab the eyelids. So 0.17. 0.17. Other eyelid. Where's the other eyelid? Oh, here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Blink animation done. So with Charizard the Gardevoir's reference, they could really nail it, to be honest. True. Alright, crying animation up next. Nice. Cry. Let's open up Schnur. Actually, you can stay in here. At 1 second, it needs to be done. Oh, for cry, we need to make a sound first. So let's put this on hold. So I would need to make a sound. We can do that though. Oh, it's messaging. Spoken to get photos while it gets all of the information together, but yeah. No, you need to get all the information and then post it in. It needs to be a finished piece. I think we need to make a sound right now. Get rid of the shiny. Close this, please. We need to figure that out. Bam, 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 bam. If Premiere Pro wants to start up. Apparently it does not. And now it opened 2 instances, I believe. We've made a lot of shorts, so we need to find the file. Cobblemon Christ. Here we go. Okay, so what type of sound would this Pokemon make? I need to get rid of this. What type of sound would Amphibian make? Ghost? Let's find some ghost sound effects. Is this too loud? I don't want horror. This could work. With a little beep, 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 beep on top of it. Oh, I'm getting so many messages. Get the frick out of here, please. Oh. Needs to be more happy, happy. Healer. Let's try that. There's only 3 sound effects. Okay, let's add this one for now. Maybe we'll use it. I'm not sure yet. Hear me out. Well, what is another thing that I could top this up? Angelic. Let's see what angelic. Ooh. Wondering if I could just send them up to get votes. No, I need you need to send it in entirely. You still have an entire week, man. Don't worry about it. I wonder what happens if I add this to it. I'm thinking of Chansey. Kind of. Sleep well, man. Thank you for dropping by. Audio effects. I don't know what this does. I'm just going to throw it on there. What does Chansey sound in Cobblemon? I do have that file, I believe. Pokemon, go back, sounds, Pokemon, Chansey. Okay, so this is Chansey. Bitch. I'm not an audio artist. I don't know how to do this. Reverb. See you later. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate it. Bro, I don't know what I'm doing, man. I like that actually. Run it back, my man. Run it. Run it back. Okay, we need to export this. I need to figure out how we can make this work. We need to go into this file. Going to game files. We need to do cry amphibian cry. And we need to export that. We need to save that. We need to remove this. We need to save that beautifully. Let's go into Audition now. We can almost have music again, my friends. I don't want to do that. Thank you. Open my files. Happymons. Amphibian. Open this file. We wanna it's not finished. It's not finished. I need to add a bit more effects. I need to louden these. So 8. I can master it better in this software because I'm used to this software. Outer transition, little fade. Alright, that actually is what I need. Save, export that shit. Je doet een bepaal ik zelf wel, neef. I self bepaals that, please. Let's do 1 and export it. Alright, let's keep Premiere Pro open just in case. We need to open this file. Beautiful. Now we need to export this file in a very specific way. We need to export it right like this, and now it should work. Alright, so the official cry, this will work, but I'm not sure if we named it correctly. Yeah, we did name it correctly. Right, yeah. It's named correctly now. What the hell? This is the correct file. These can go, actually. Well, you don't see what I'm doing. Let me show you. This can go. I want to delete this file at least. Yep. I want to close this software. We don't give a flying frick. We want to delete the rest in a second. And now we can go to Blockbench and create the crying animation, because we're going to animate effects. We're going to use a sound effect. We're going to bring it in, which is this sound effect. And just to be sure that we're doing it properly, I want to make sure that we are Heirloom underscore cry amphibian underscore cry. Okay, so it is named correctly. It actually, we should name it like this. Pokemon dot amphileon.cry. Now it should work immediately. Okay, so we wanna move the head. Let's turn on some music again. Thank you. We wanna move the head backwards. And break open the jaw. Smooth. That actually looked good. I'm not gonna lie. I also want to do the whisker. Where's the whisker? Okay, that looks really good. I do think I want to move the arms a little bit as well. So let's go in with the arms. Other. Flip keyframes. He's like an otter. He looks a bit like an otter now. With that sound, I'm not gonna lie. He looks very much like an otter now. But no, there's no going back now. Maybe it's a lizard though. What? It's a mammalian sound. He looks like an otter now. Oh my god, I can't see it, unsee it. With that sound. One more try, one more try. This sound is an otter. He looks like an otter now with that sound. Drawing board. Back to the freaking drawing board. Reptile. Lizard. I need it. It sounded like an otter. Like this is just an otter, guys. It's an otter like this, but yeah, that's better. That's better. That's better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but we had to. We had to. Hey, just joined. Who's that little guy you're making voice lines for? Amphibian, right there, right here. So basically, this is the model we just made for him. But if you take a listen at this sound, by the way, it really sounds like a freaking otter. And he looks like an otter as well, while it is actually a lizard. So, I would die for him. Let's go, Thorage, let's go. So we had to change it up a little bit. We had to change it up because we couldn't go with that. I believe this is the right folder, right file. Alright, so we're going to export this once again. Export, file, browse. And we're gonna try that once more. Yeah, override it. We don't care. That's better. That's actually way better. That's actually way better. Now it doesn't look like... now it doesn't look like a otter anymore. Maybe the timing of it needs to be slightly different. Is a bit too green. Well, that's called hue shifting. The reason why it looks blue is because we hue shifted, which makes for a more interesting palette instead of going purely blue. But valid. By the way, welcome to the stream, Aristo Animate. Like that's, if you take a look, oh wait, we can see it better in this way. If you take a look at this part, if you take a look at, well, I need to close Premiere Pro 1 second because I can't see I can't see what I'm pointing at. Close this as well. If you take a look at this drawing right here, he is quite. This is his color. This is probably the closest part of his color is this color right here. But we also have this color, which definitely doesn't show in there, and that's called hue shifting. Crazy Diamond from Jibba. I have no clue what the frick that is. I'm sorry. So basically we're trying to make a more arcade kind of color palette instead of going more faithful to the Pokemon itself. And by the way, look at this. This is the shiny. This is the shiny. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I don't watch that, so I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about, me. Okay. So crying animation done. I wanna look at it once more. Yeah, that's good. Let's go. It doesn't look as much like an otter as it did before. So that's great. Blinking animation done. Crying animation done. Aristo anim. We need to do fainting, special, and fly. And sleep. We need to do 4 more animations. I think we can do 1 more, and we'll leave the rest for the next stream. Oh. Cause I'm getting a bit tired. Hey, his name is wrong. Empyrean. Well, that's fine. We could do the special animation, like the attacking animation. Would I do anything that drastically different? Would I do anything different right now? I'm talking about like the special attacking animation with the cry. Also good sound. He doesn't have an attacking animation. That's something I still need to add. Our Snurd model does though. Snurd is all the animations we need. Even an extra one. Sadly we won't be able to use this, but it looks really cool nonetheless. Why are they also cute? Because they're first stages. They're first stage Pokemon. And actually these are first stage starters, except for Araloon. By the way, if you're an artist, guys, you can join our Discord, !Discord in the chat. Because we're still holding this poll you can vote on who becomes the next, becomes added to the cup vote next. Because Araloon was submitted in our Discord and got the most votes last time. See, it got the most votes and it won, so it got added to the cup vote. Once it actually wins the cup vote, I will add it to the Happymon pack, which you can download for free on my Patreon. But yeah, you can still vote on these guys. I'm in Coder Clash. You need that. What? Alright, let's continue. Amphibian. We need a new animation, which I'm going to call special. Delete that. Whoa. Add a different one and call it special. And I usually use the special animation for the physical animation as well. I don't really care that much about adding separate ones. So let's have a look at Snurth. What did I do for Snurth? He needs to hit at 0.75. That's when he needs to go for his move. So 0.75. Bippity boppity, you are now my property. So I'm thinking we should do something with its body as well. How fast does this? 75 clunk. So it goes to 1 and it goes back. For how long? 3 seconds. So it goes to 1. Body. And then it goes back. Smooth animations. All right. Okay. Head. Do we do the head next? Yeah, I think we do. So. Whisker as well. Okay. So what if he's playing and the special attacking animation pops? Okay, so I want to move the head a little bit backwards. Okay, that looks great. I do think I do want to definitely do something with the hands too. Maybe not attack with it. I think it would be cool if it actually... if it would do something with his hands. Jesus. I'm sorry, I was just focused on this stuff. Alright, copy this over. Now we gotta worry about the tail. Oh, my bad. Place it back. And smooth. Oh, that looks good, man. That looks really freaking good. I'm not sure. Do I want to change the arms? I think it would be cool if it just keeps floating like that. Because this is his battle. This is his battle animation. I'm not making a custom battle animation, right? So I think it's cool if he just doesn't use his arms at all for attacking. He just uses the orb. I think that looks really freaking cool. It makes him look more menacing, as if it doesn't even take him any... As if it's not hard at all. As if it's not difficult for him. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. So, fainting animation. I'm not sure what to do. That's a good one. I'm not really sure what to do for the fainting animation. We have sleep. Well, he remains in sky. Pardon me. He remains in the sky, so that shouldn't be too difficult. Do you guys have any recommendations for a sleeping animation? Any suggestions for that? What could be a fun mechanic for him to sleep? Well, you know what? Let's do it in the next stream. I feel like I'm tired. And we made four of the animations we need, which is crazy, by the way. 4.5 hours, we created almost a finished model. The model's finished, of course, but we only need how many more animations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we only need 3 more animations and he's done. So we're gonna do that next week. I wanted to leave something to do for next week. Damn. Ugh. I feel like my eyes are burned. My eyes can't focus that well anymore, so we need to stop. So I want to thank you all, guys. I want to thank you all for dropping in, checking out the stream. It was fun. We made a really good model, not gonna lie, like that shit is fire. Thank you. If you haven't watched the shorts from last week, please do, because we put quite a lot of effort into it. And it really shows, because my models are becoming better and better and better. If you were gonna say goodbye, so I can say goodbye to you. Thorich, thank you for dropping by the stream. Aristo Anime, thank you for dropping by the too. I really appreciate it. And I want to see you guys in next week's stream. See you later, guys.